Meeting to order at 10:08. On. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll give you a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
The first step would be an in camera though.
No, we'll go to that, adopt the agenda first, and then we'll do the in-camera. With the addition of an in-camera at 2.1.
And that would be under section 19.
And section 19 is.
Confidential evaluations.
Any questions? Call the question. All in favor? Be carried. So
And I'll give you a motion. Chairman.
call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Is there any motion apart from the CEO evaluation?
We'll leave that one until the next council. It'll be a motion acknowledging that it was completed. That's all.
For this one?
We can wait till, we'll do an actual RFP for it, just so it's a little bit better established on the record.
Gotcha. Okay. Did approve the agenda. It's okay. Welcome, everybody. Introduction, we're going through the organizational meeting, which happens yearly, and for all our legislative committees and for appointments. So I guess first order of business is 3.1, voting, secret ballot or show of hands.
I'll make the motion that we have a secret ballot.
Okay. Any questions, concerns? I guess call the question, all in favor? And if we have, I guess if we do have one motion for secret ballot, it is secret ballot, isn't it? Reading the stuff yesterday.
Yeah, if any one councillor requests a secret ballot, so any one vote, that's a motion that passes on one vote.
Yeah.
Okay.
And a motion that can only fail if defeated unanimously.
So, Mr. Chairman, I know how we've done this in the past. And I'm just wondering if before we go through and do this, how we would like to proceed, because I think there's a number of these committees that maybe could be struck off. Do we want to go through them and talk about them as we go through, or do we want to talk about how we organize this organizational meeting go forward?
I know in the past, I've talked about how it's went so fast.
Mm-hmm.
And especially when you're the first run as a counselor,
Right.
it's just kind of a blur when the meetings go fast and who's appointed to what. I talked to Mr. Breitzik earlier about the ex officio. Did you read that in the stuff that due to red tape, it's no longer?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of municipalities that are probably falling down on that one.
Well, exactly, right.
Which I don't know if there's a motion we can put that happens, because if you got a rogue board or something, or you got the other members in your board that are sending their people as ex officios,
So,
we have to be able to do it.
so a little bit of questions I have about this too, Andrew, about it is, how does that work? Because it's blanket across the province, right? That's not just us.
Right.
So now when typically in the past at the housing authority, if Dave and I couldn't make it, we would send the alternate and then the reeve, and they would have voting power. But now does that have to be done at that organization to say that the reeve or the mayor has ex officio power?
Yeah, I think it's probably worth a motion specifying that the reeve would be an alternate or a member wherever the committee terms allow. Not every committee allows for alternates in general. Not every committee allows for an alternate to speak at a meeting that they are not representing the member of, which is typically how ex officio has been done in the past, because the former wording around the ex officio language was that they were a member for all intents and purposes where the council has the right to appoint a member. So that does always have a little bit of interesting interaction with committees that are regional committees or where there's a specified amount of people that should be allowed to vote, and the voting structure is predicated on, one council, one vote kind of thing. And that's likely what drove the province to remove this. However, honestly, if you go through all of the literature for that particular 2022 Red Tape Reduction Act, which was quite the omnibus bill, none of the municipal affairs literature speaks about that change or the implications of that change. And it's, to be honest, and to be quite frank, we only caught it this time because this package has always had the enabling legislation written in it. And I did a quick peek through each of the things we had in there to see, and I saw this section was just straight repealed. So yeah, I think you could certainly appoint the reeve by office in one motion to any committees where the terms of that committee would allow the reeve to be a member as either a full member or as an alternate.
I agree as being passed, as being reviewed in the past, because the fact being is you don't usually go to them unless your other committee members ask you, or in particular cases when you've got members of other municipalities that are going and voting when they really don't, it's there to equalize it.
Well, and I guess we need to be clear because I don't want to have the situation skewed where we show up with 3 people and have 3 votes and then we'd get challenged on it, et cetera, et cetera. I think what we have to be clear is that it is, if we've, and I will use the boards that I'm on, the FCSS board, we have 2 votes of that. Typically, there's nothing that ever gets controversial, that or housing authority, nothing really controversial. But if there was, and it happened to be that one time the mayor showed up at the FCSS meeting and then was a voting member, all of a sudden we would be out. Or in the case that, Larry came to the housing authority and then voted and got that extra vote. I think I don't want to have any ambiguity towards it go forward, that I don't want to be those guys that show up with 3 guys and make the vote, right? You know what I'm saying? And I also don't want the town to be the ones that show up with 3 votes and make that. So, and that would be our typical players. No different than if our villages showed up with 2 people, right? Their mayor and a voting member, all of a sudden they show up and they get 2 votes, which may or may not make a difference. But just thoughts that we shouldn't.
If I
Okay.
can, Mr. Reed, how I would have interpreted the section 154.2 before it was struck was similar to that, in that a committee of council, the Reeve was a full member of regardless. So, the Reeve could show up to a rural crime meeting and be a full voting member. That where it's a pure committee of council. However, being an ex officio member of a committee that council has the right to appoint members to, being like a regional committee, like the Stettler race, the housing, et cetera, I would interpret that to be limited to the council's ability to appoint members, which would still have a limit. And so it would be the effect of an alternate.
Yeah, which the Reeve and the deputy Reeve at that point, I think should, because one or the other would be the one attending, when typically if you're going as an alternate, you're going to be asking your other board members' history on what's happened, more and above than what you've read. And then, at that point, if you're a voting member, you're voting on behalf of county at that point.
Right, so that it doesn't become a situation where you become more, you vote up to the amount that we're allotted to votes, the votes that we are allotted to. And I don't know how you put that into the motion.
I would suggest a motion along the lines of that the council appoint the Reeve and deputy Reeve as alternates to any committee that the county has the right to appoint alternates to.
You'll be able to bring that up as
So can we appoint 2 alternates to a place where we
I would assume that
have 1?
you still can have your alternates, but if they're attending on those meetings, they're attending it as an alternate if you've only got the.
So can we have 2 alternates to so again, I will use FCS or Housing Authority. We have 2 members sit on each and 1 alternate typically. So is there anything in the rules that says that we couldn't have 2 alternates?
It's going to vary by communities, actually. That's why I would.
Blanket kind of covers that.
Yeah, where the wording that I suggested is, where we have the right to appoint such alternates.
And I guess anybody that's on any board, it's up to you sitting on it too, to make sure that the other members are acting in good faith on that too, because I think that's up to us to, police it. That this change could have been made to legislation, but nobody's coming around watching that. It's up to us to be the police of it.
And what typically in both cases that I again talked to is that if there is no county representative, they don't hold a meeting. We've been very well respected on both sides of that.
And I look at some of our commissions and like Stettler Waste, there's been extra votes there at quite a few meetings.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's stuff I think we got to put a stop to.
We could just adjust the procedure by law to say 2 alternates instead of 1, or that the Reeve and the deputy Reeve.
Would it be up to?
Yeah.
So that doesn't force us to do more than one.
And to be honest, some committees do in their terms of reference specify, each council has the ability to appoint one representative and as many alternates as they find necessary.
A perfect example, that's fire.
Yeah.
When everything is just going along like this, and then all of a sudden, as the reeve for the county, you started attending when things were not going right, so that.
And that, again, Mr. Chair, not where I would be as concerned about it, but in the places where you are sitting actually as the board member. So in the case of, and let's take Shirley McClellan, right? Maybe there's something that becomes a controversial situation where you had to step away. Do we have the right or enough people to go in to do that? You know what I'm saying? Because if you're the ex officio or you're automatically the second alternate, but then we've made, let's say, Justin the alternate, and then you two are the alternates to your own selves. You know what I'm saying?
And is it, so in a case like that, if somebody, if both can't attend, like, is there wording in there that says you can, or you have to have the alternate? Like, say all three can't attend.
Mm-hmm.
There was another meeting that night, and it's not a committee where they say, okay, the county's not here, we're not gonna have a meeting.
Yeah, in such a case, we would just be absent.
Maybe absent, no vote.
Yeah. And that does happen from time to time. I mean, we do see many of the committees, the inter-municipal committees that we run, like Shirley McClellan, where regrets are often said. They have a counselor that can't make it, and the alternate's not available, or they don't have a culture that maintains that they'll have the alternates quite frequently without a specific reason. So, and then on the other hand, we often have alternates attend as silent observers as well. There's Shirley McClellan's another example. I think Painter often has two representatives there that are just both interested.
Yeah, and they do sometimes, and you watch your votes too, because sometimes you get get a lot of new CAOs coming on that think their vote works at that table, and we know we've got the majority with the voting members, so it's worked okay.
So I think that'd be the way to go then, as Andrew has alluded to, have that forwarded, noting on those committees that we have the reeve as an appointed individual, where it'll be a little bit, where it may get into a little bit of an issue is where we rotate reeve or deputy reeveship around, that may be.
It may fall to your alternate and stuff.
But we just have to be cognizant of it.
Whoever's the reeve would accommodate, I would think, hope that, so.
No, we can make appointments by office specifically. So we do not need to name the reeve. We would say the reeve and deputy reeve.
No, and that's what I would say, but I mean, in those times where,
Ernie's on the waste management, he's the deputy reeve. Ernie can't make it. We want to send the deputy reeve, but he's that one, the same person.
now we've lost our opportunity to have an alternate, right? So just so that we are cognizant of, I don't want us to get in a situation where
We're actually in we're put at a disadvantage, so.
But if most of these committees appoint an alternate, and then we're adding the piece of also if the member and the alternate can't make it, then the reeve or the deputy reeve could step in. So you got like 4.
I know, but in the case of where, let's use Shirley McClellan, the reeve is 2 of those positions, and the deputy reeve, being Justin, is the other 2 positions. And if they both can't get there, then we don't have anybody at the table. And that's where I say it is convoluted. Government gets crazy at sometimes. There is going to be those times, but not very often. And I don't think you can solve every problem. I just think that we need to be cognizant of it a little bit, right?
So is that the motion that would be at a regular council meeting or something? We
No, I would suggest that motion here now, and then we would amend the procedural bylaw to dispose of that later. That we would say within our procedural bylaw that is the case, the same as we designate the deputy.
As discussed, are we going to be able to have a clear motion?
I can certainly put it up on the screen.
If
And Mr. Chair, while we're talking about that, we had discussed about having this bylaw changed a little bit to be able to change out a board member or any particular member on a go-forward basis. We had changed it, was it 2019, Andrew?
Yeah, I think so.
And did you get a legal opinion on that of what was the consensus that?
The consensus at the time was because the sanction process had been codified through the code of conduct bylaw, that was the most appropriate way to do it. However, we're not limited to that.
Okay, because it does become an issue of, it does tie council's hand in the case where all you have is the opportunity to sanction somebody that may or may not, unless they're willing to step down, all you have is that opportunity is to sanction them. And I don't know if we go from 0 to 100% sanction, where maybe it's just a case of somebody's not acting appropriately at a committee level, but it's not sanctionable. Maybe they don't get along with that committee. I don't know. But I think we shouldn't, or we should not tie council's hand not to be able to do that. And where does that, again, Andrew, in this, where did it change?
So that is on the first page there, 2.2.
Yeah.
And then in conjunction with 2.4. 2.4 is what you would look to change to match basically 2.5. If you wanted to go with a 2/3 majority required for that.
I think that would cover it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, if we went with the 2/3 majority, I think that's what we discussed would change it. So how would 2.2 and 2.4 read? Unless specified by resolution, appointment shall be for the period of approximately 1 year, expiring at the next regular organization meeting, or by a 2/3.
I would leave 2.2 alone.
Okay.
I would strike 2.4.
Yeah.
And I would amend 2.5 to say council may remove any member from a committee, not any other member, with the member's consent or by a vote of 2/3 majority at a regular or special council meeting. And that would give you the ability to remove it and keep.
And that would be, do we need a motion on our bylaw and then it would bring our bylaw forward?
Yeah, for this one, we would just want a motion to bring back the bylaw at the next regular meeting of council.
And that would change also the ex officio too as well?
Yes, we would bring both.
There'd be two amendments.
There's going to be a few other amendments too. Bill 20, which is proclaimed in effect as of October 31st. That proclamation just came out on the 17th. It does have some requirements that our procedural bylaw doesn't quite hit properly. Our practice does, and that's the public participation at public hearings being allowed electronically. Municipalities.
Which number?
It's not in our bylaw that specifically right now. We've got section 10.
But it's Bill 20
But Bill 20 has now made a requirement that by May 1st, all municipalities must allow electronic participation in their public hearings by bylaw.
how's that going to work when a lot of them don't allow participation in their meetings?
It's actually going to be interesting because it will force those municipalities to have the infrastructure in place to allow it for the public hearing. And I would be surprised if there wasn't significant pressure on those municipalities to expand that to their entire meeting.
Actually, I heard Mr. McIver speak on that. He said it can be as simple, he says you don't have to go out build it. It can be to fulfill the spirit of the law. You can fulfill it with having a cell phone present where somebody could phone in and be on a Zoom call thing. So not everybody has to be that fancy, he said, but if it can be done as simple as that thing. So
We're gonna have to go through some of our agreements too, because I pulled up Stettler Waste and talks about one alternative. Yeah, so we're just gonna have to go through and make sure that they.
Which even Stettler Waste or Shirley McCullen, you take that back to your board, it affects everybody.
Yeah.
So, as long as we explain it to everybody and kind of bring up this whole part about ex officio.
Yeah, the vast majority of our appointments and our committees that we participate in are heavily municipally focused. Everybody will be in the same boat. And there's a very limited amount that don't allow alternates at all. I think off the top of my head, I can only think of the library, and that's because the Library Act specifies it too narrowly.
And I think the Housing Act does too.
Perhaps it does, yeah.
We're assigned by that. I'll do some investigating on that one. And that one's a tough one because the mayor sits as a board member on that one.
Yeah, so we will, when we bring back this bylaw, we will include in the report a bit of an analysis of the implications.
Does the mayor sit on the Shirley McClellan too?
The town's not a member of the Shirley McClellan.
No one cast, like Casper just has a representative.
Some of them have the mayor, some of them would have just a councillor. With lots of the villages, there's only 3 to choose from, so.
Yeah.
Hey, Shirley's one of the best ones.
Yeah, Shirley's pretty good. It still is, you've got varying sizes of municipalities sitting at the table. So. Councillor Spielberg?
I'll make the motion. We're going to have enough discussion that council of County of Stettler appoint the reeve and deputy reeve as alternate on any board or committee where council has the right to appoint alternates.
Over and above the alternate?
Yeah.
Over and above, and then also,
So if the member or the alternate can't make it, then.
Yeah, add the over.
Or the deputy reeve that opportunity.
should we put the position of deputy reeve and reeve, or did you just put reeve and deputy?
Actually, yeah, perhaps if we could amend that, the office
Yes.
of reeve.
You accept that amendment?
I don't know.
You've got that clearly in the minutes. Questions, concerns?
Hold on, no, there was one other we were going to change in there. What did you say? You said to add,
And that, well, that's in addition, or, yeah.
extra. How did we, has the right to
The,
appoint?
appointed, in addition to the appointed alternates, like if the appointed alternate. can't
Over and
make it-
above. It was over and above.
In addition. Does that make sense, Andrew?
Yeah, so I just added in as a second and third alternate.
Yeah, okay.
So if the member or the alternate can't make it, one of these two can.
Yeah, just ensuring.
This one might be one of those ones that it is also, is brand new, so once we get it figured out, there might be some fixing along the way.
And do we need something on this bylaw also to?
Separately from this one.
Separately, okay. Is there any other questions, concerns on this? Call the question, all in favor? And that is carried. And then to our bylaw,
Mr. Chairman, I'll give you a motion to bring back the amendments discussed for bylaw.
17, 26, 24.
That one, yes, absolutely. To the next regular council meeting. Is that going to give you enough time?
Yeah, they're pretty simple.
Any questions, concerns on that? Motion's clear. Councillor Gender? Oh, you're just ready? You're ready. You're ready and wait. Okay,
Just one comment. So after we pass it, we have to advertise it for 30 days? Or do we advertise the changes first? How do we?
The procedural bylaw is,
3 weeks.
it can be done in a single.
Okay, fair enough. There was one of the things we talked about previously. So.
It is the most council bylaw that exists, that belongs to you and affects you the most.
So it looks like people are trigger ready, but I just want to know if there's any other questions before I call the question. All in favor? And that is also carried. Thank you.
This has been a simple day.
Okay, and I guess that fell to 4.1, correct?
Yeah.
We discussed it. I was ahead of myself even before I knew that. So 4.2 is counselors as commissioner for OS, page 5 of the package, which is just the way it is.
Yeah, no action required.
And then election of reeve. I'll turn it over to Andrew.
Then I will take nominations from the floor and ask for nominations the first time. Seeing Councilor Schulberg.
I'll make a motion to nominate Larry Clark as reeve.
I will call for, sorry, I should confirm, do you accept that nomination?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I will call a second time. Any other nominations? Third time?
I'll give you a motion to have nominations cease.
We don't do that, actually.
No.
No, I've been trying to remind you guys each year that we don't do that one anymore. But what we will do, because I'll declare nominations cease, and what I would seek then is a motion to confirm that Larry Clark is appointed by acclamation.
Still on the RMA.
They're changing it.
Still you, yeah. You're.
Yeah, no, I need a motion. Councilor Stevens,
I'll move that we accept the reeve appointment by acclamation.
And any discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. And if I can, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, and thank you. As far as 4.4 election of deputy reeve,
Before we proceed, we should have you take the official oath. Okay.
Do you have that ready or should we?
I forgot about it.
We remembered to bring the Bible. We forgot.
Yeah,
forgot to bring it.
remember the, I'll print it off.
We'll get that ready and then we'll come back to it.
we can come back to that.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You can be unethical for now.
I'll be accused of it.
I might want to take it because I might infect him with the plague.
Okay, 4.4 election of deputy reeve, page 6 of the package. And we've got a schedule with current appointments. So do we need to pass that, or is that just the way it?
No, as long as there are no changes sought and no amendments to the procedural bylaw to allow for any changes to how we do it, then we can simply receive your information.
Councilor Stevens?
Not sure how this is going to go, but I'll make the motion that we change our schedule and match our deputy reeve to our reeve, so it is voted on annually at the org meeting.
So that would be an amendment to our procedural bylaw. So this should effectively be an amendment to bring back the procedural bylaw and to include that change as a proposal. And so this is a motion about having staff do the work to bring that back. This cannot actually amend the procedural bylaw to this vote.
Could come out of this though, as
That would be the motion he would make, and we would vote on whether either way, it's effectively the same. You're going to have the same effect go forward. If we decide that if we vote for it, then it goes back to the bylaw, at which point the bylaw could be amended to get rid of it or not get rid of it. One of the two.
So you don't want to stay with the schedule, you want to just nominate a deputy reeve
that would be at every organization.
at every organization meeting?
That would be my preference, yes.
I think we should finish out this year the way it is and then start with the new council.
Well, that effectively what would happen, I think, on a go forward.
Well, that's what I want to know what I'm voting on.
But by the time we got through it from a procedure, like once we still have to agree on it from the procedural bylaw.
Yeah, this is an interesting one because the bylaw will change. Once the bylaw changes, currently we could not go forward and have that changed with the current bylaw. Because once this is done, this is set in stone. But once we change the bylaw to allow the 2/3 majority to reappoint anybody at any time, then we could do that. So this is intriguing.
Thank you, Councilor, or Andrew.
That's rude.
I wasn't trying to be rude.
It was just.
So I can also indicate to you if council ever did want to make a more imminent bylaw change that administration did not have prepared, you could request that change be made immediately for a bylaw that all 3 readings can be done in the same meeting. So one that doesn't require a public hearing. You would simply need to effectively recess to give us time to make the changes and bring it to council to review, because every councillor has to have an opportunity to review it prior to giving first reading. And then again, any changes prior to 3rd reading. By 3rd reading, every councillor must be given the opportunity to read the bylaw in full prior to a vote on 3rd reading. Not that I'm suggesting that needs to happen today, but just
I don't deem it as that urgent.
So you still want to go ahead with bringing it back to the procedure bylaw? So that's where we're at right now. If I can clarify, is that we would the motion is to instruct administration to bring back the effective change to the current bylaw that would allow us to have the deputy reeve voted on
Annually
at the organizational meeting. Is that correct? And is that what
Correct.
you understand as well, Andrew? Okay.
And what?
What if? Go ahead, Councilor.
It would be in the next term.
Could be, or if the bylaw changes, it could effectively come up immediately after we pass this bylaw, that another motion comes forward to replace Counselor Stevens and have that person voted on for the remainder of the term.
It would basically it would affect the rotation of 8. It would be, or 7, it would.
So previous to this, if I'm correct, I think we didn't actually have it added into the bylaw. When we first originally did this, we just had out a schedule and we never actually had it in the bylaw. We just voted on it at each organizational meeting. And we decided to carry it forward and add it to the bylaw. So originally we would just make the motion that we will appoint in that. But now we embedded that into the bylaw when we went forward.
Yeah, and we have been doing it this way since I believe 2014. Prior to that,
Before 2017, I know that.
Yeah.
'cause that was the way-
prior to 2014, I believe it's either 12 or 14 that we amended. Prior to that, we did elect the deputy reeve or appoint the deputy reeve at will.
And I guess right now, it's still like Counselor Stevens is on until March 1st. So basically, it allows to look at the bylaw and it still could be back to the same, or it's just a more frank discussion by council on it. It's whatever your thoughts are. Counselor Grover?
I like to see it stay the same, and if you want to change it, that it starts in the next term.
So then you would want to vote for this.
Yeah.
You would vote for this then if you want to see that happen, you would vote for this. And where you get 2 kicks at this cat, Dave, where you would have the say this goes forward and then yes or no. And then you would have another motion go forward to actually have the council at the time, like whether it be Stevens or McKay, we will have an opportunity to vote that in or out, and you could do both. I'm kind of thinking would give you more leeway go forward, but that's where I'm leaning toward.
It's have to get voted on through the procedural bylaw.
Yeah.
So that's where it could be discussed fully. It could be carried forward. We've questioned this in the past, like this, if I assumed it was rolling forward the same as it was, but that's the thing, council, you bring things forward and bring motions forward. And I do think we can have a lot bigger discussion, or probably even take it to committee. Could we take it that to committee of the whole as one of our topics, then bring it back to a council meeting?
If you'd
Like, absolutely.
Because then committee of the whole sleeves are rolled up and we're covering we've got the time to cover everything in there, then bring the decisions back to council meeting.
I'm okay with putting it in there and then we could amend the procedural bylaw to take it out again. So I would like to see it put in.
Which we have a motion on the table.
Yeah, I would like to see it put in. We'll have the discussion, gives us a month to have the discussion. And then when the procedural bylaw comes forward, whoever puts that forward can make it with the amendment to take that out. It's an easy.
Yeah, what I'll actually probably do, you don't see us do it often, but it is the habit of some other municipalities and what we do for the land use bylaw. Instead of bringing forward a bylaw that would repeal and replace, I may bring forward multiple amending bylaws so we can split the issues so that the bylaw won't fail for one issue when 3 issues should succeed. For one that's complicated, I think it's worth the effort.
Thank you. As usual, our admin saves us.
Do you have a motion, other questions or comments before you ask the question? All in favor? Opposed? Councilor Grover? Yeah. 4.5 seating? Comments on that, or is it okay with?
Mr. Chairman, I think we've done a little bit of a seating change from the previous one, and I think maybe we would, and I think all that was we put you a little bit more in the middle, so.
Yeah, it is balanced. And with that, the only thing I would suggest is when doing that, we're kind of short. I'm a hog. I don't like to share my screens when we're in a meeting.
It's fun.
Yeah. One counselor to my right is kind of limited on his screen where we all.
And his technical skills, I know you've been helping him.
I've been helping.
So,
I'll continue to help.
Mr. Chairman, I will make the motion that we go with the current seating that you see here today. Go forward.
I do have a quick add-on. With Nikki's role changing and the fact that we have stopped tweeting our motions and Facebooking our motions live, we just do summaries after the fact, that we could probably spread out a bit and move Nikki and her staff help to some of our staff positions here. Yvette and I also don't need to be quite as big of a hog on a table that was originally designed for 4. And that would,
Nikki here, don't be taking Nikki away. Her and I had some great side conversations.
Be right here.
yeah, and with some technical ability, or some technical additions, we could actually move Michelle to a spot here. It would take some
I don't think we need
money.
to spread it.
The reason, I'm just saying, if you literally all wanted to get to the point where you each had a set of 2 monitors, which was, we were pretty close to during COVID and it did work a little bit better. Simply an option.
Mr. Chairman, if I will make the motion to leave it to sit in the same. If it becomes an issue, I am sure our technical department could add a monitor. If would be the simplest way to deal with it. So, Mr. Chairman, I will make that motion and go forward.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor?
And Ricky can stay rich.
You guys stay comfortable. We're concerned about your well-being.
Okay, meeting dates. 4.6, page 7 of the package. Andrew has brought it up. It's the second Wednesday of each month with lunch provided by the County of Stettler. And we've got our options listed there.
Do we have to, oh, sorry.
Make the motion if we need it every year, that we continue to have our meetings the second Wednesday of the month, 10 a.m.
7 a.m.
10 a.m.
Do we have to change and add the cow to this?
It wouldn't hurt, but
And we run that cycle too on the same, like it's a Thursday, but it's
I don't know. I'm just a question I'm asking.
Set for the 4th Thursday.
Yeah.
yeah, but let's address that one at 7.5.
Okay.
When we talk about the whole.
okay. So for council meeting dates, call the question, all in favor? Will be carried.
I'm with Justin. I'd like it a little sooner, but I know less is out booties.
Okay, and then 7.5.
7.5.
4.5, we're rushing right through this.
We did talk, I did just say 7.
I think it's 4.7 we're at, Mr. Chairman. We'll help you out here.
What did you say though, you said for committee of the whole, you said
We will deal with it
Deal
after.
with it when we get there.
7.5.
When we get there.
I have to, 7 point, work with
Our Reeve is easily persuaded.
whole 7.5. I saw the 0.27 at the bottom, so.
Mr. Chairman, I'll give you a motion that we leave per diems the same.
Deems the same. Okay, any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? And that is carried. And 4.8, signing authority, page 17.
Mr. McKay?
I'll move that we accept it as it stands already.
Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Legislative appointments, page 5.1, or 5.1, agriculture fieldman, page 20. Let's our, Quentin Beaumont is our,
I'll make a motion that we continue the same.
questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried.
You're going to tell us if there's something that flags on this, right?
And that is it.
No, that was good.
Andrew, not a bet. That's just trying to
Just said yep right there under brow.
surviving over there.
No, I was just wondering about Farah, if we
Well,
kind of.
That was my question.
Yeah.
We
We can only have one agricultural fieldman. Farah comes up in this next section where she's appointed to each of the other acts independent.
Okay, 5.2, weed inspector, soil conservation officer, and pest officers, page 20.
Quentin again.
And Farah?
Vera and Steele and Colby.
And actually, Quentin does not need to be a part of this motion as by virtue of being an egg fieldman, he is already fulfilling.
So we
He already is.
So it's just Farah, Steele, and Colby, who are presently our
So is that your motion, Councilor Grover?
Yeah.
Okay. Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Director and Deputy Directors of Emergency Management, 5.3, page 21 of the package. It's on the screens. Councilor Stevens?
I'll move that we keep our current appointments being Clint, Kyle, and Hazel.
Any questions? Call the question, all in favor? That is carried. Fire Guardians, 5.4, page 22.
I'll give you that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That is carried.
So can I ask the question, just to back up a little bit, if you can? Does the ex officio have an issue with this?
No. No, this is specified within the Forest Prairie Protection Act. And it has not changed. I did double check.
I figured you would.
No, it's all under a different act.
Yeah, so section
No,
4.
I was wondering because I wasn't sure when the red tape reduction they came with the ex officio out, so that's good. I just was asking.
Then 5.5, municipal solicitor, page 23 of our package. Current appointment is Brownlee. But we have other options there.
We use number two.
We do, yeah,
Yeah.
we use Reynolds, Bertha, and Brownlee, depending on what we're doing.
So
Absolutely, that's,
does this make a difference who this is? Like, no.
Practically no. It's almost relegated to ceremonial at this point. It used to be that you would appoint an attorney at record for them to be able to service documents, but typically most service requires we get service directly. So it is, yeah, it largely doesn't need to be in here. We just can continue the practice. And we
I'll
do
give a
have,
motion that we continue with Brownlee LLP.
questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? And that is carried. Legislative Committee, 6.1, Agriculture Service Board, page 23 of the package. It's fourth Wednesday of each month. And currently all members, or all councils, less, so appoint members to the service is what all the choices are in front of us now.
So, Mr. Chairman, on this one, I don't know if there's a flavor yet again. I mean, we've tried in the past to have members at large appointed to this. I very much enjoy thoroughly being on the Ag Service Board, but I would step away if that was the case, that we wanted to have somebody from a member at large or add a member at large to the system. I don't know, that makes a lot of sense to me, but that being said, I do think that we should have the discussion. Like we said, we talk about this every time, but we seem to run through this stuff so fast. I just would like to hear the discussion from other members, what they're thinking on this one.
That is 7. You're representing that area. That way it's got some coverage. You got somebody to go to.
Would you like a member at large at all?
No. Some have them, and then they had trouble showing up and everything else. You'll show up. I think that for this term anyhow, I'd like to see it stay the same.
I would be opposed to increasing the size of the ASB. If we wanted to do members at large, I would think it would be removing some of the existing.
And like I said, I'm willing to do that if that's the flavor. I'm just saying that I think that's the case for sure.
So we need
So, Mr. Chairman, then I will give you the motion that we just carry on the way that we have.
that's first one, appoint all councillors to Agriculture Service Board with a set term.
You betcha.
Okay. Andrew, we just,
it's not by resolution, can be.
call the question, all in favor? That would be carried.
And Mr. Chairman, then at this point, we make a motion to appoint the chair and vice chair.
Or call for nominations
Okay.
alternatively.
I'll make the nominee, or I will forward the nomination of Les Stillberg for chair again.
Calling second time? Counselor Grover?
No.
Calling third time? Do you,
Yeah,
I guess do you accept it?
And then you can declare nominations closed.
You would declare nomination?
No, the Reeves.
Okay, they're closed and
Then somebody needs to make a motion to confirm the results.
I'll
I'll move that we confirm the results of the AS Beach.
call the question. All in favor? Carried. Might have been a long journey, but we did get there, so.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Here,
And now the vice chair from Mr. Chair.
yes, appointed vice chair with a set term. Nominations?
I'll give you a nomination of Mr. Paul McKay.
Is that Paul? Okay. Calling nominations a second time. Calling nominations a third time. To declare nominations closed. And need a motion to Counselor Spielberg.
I'll make a motion that we accept the appointment of Paul McKay as vice chair.
Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Municipal Planning Commission, 6.2, page 25 of our packet, which is on our screens. Meeting schedule, we don't have to discuss that, Andrew, at each one, or do we?
So, Mr. Chairman, I just noticed the vice chair, we made him, did we not make Justin the vice chair last time, I thought?
I
Correct.
thought I was. I think there was an error in the email that went out
Okay.
in prep.
Because he chaired the last MPC, which doesn't make as big deal, but I just wondered if that
And
was.
you were at the last one, Council Stewart? You were at the last NPC, weren't you?
Yeah,
Was,
yeah, no, that is definitely wrong.
Mr. Stolberg was appointed from the 2022 to 2023 year, Mr. Stevens, 2020.
Okay, good, just fair enough. I just wanted to clarify that.
I know that,
Because
definitely wrong.
Justin stepped up and anybody could run it. It's not that that's a big issue.
No, he was right.
So the actions we have required, though, now that we've got that piece of business clear, is appoint members to the Municipal Planning Commission with a set term. Councilor Stevens?
I'll move that we appoint all councillors to the MPC.
Any questions, concerns?
And Mr. Chair, I did have the question from the public at large that asked me if we would entertain that here as well. So
A member.
at large. So just have that discussion while we're at this.
I'm kind of under the same as what we had for ag. You know, we know these people are going to attend.
Yeah, no, Mr. Chair, I am good. I just told him that I would bring it up and I would.
I just am looking for opinions from others, so it's.
Agree.
Councilor Stewart?
I had someone approach me too about considering adding members at large on MPC, but personally, I feel it's better on this one especially, council. Ag Service Board, I can definitely see some advantages and valuable input on that one, but on MPC, I think we have a vision as councillors for this county, and that's largely quite often run through MPC and certain parts of it anyway. And so I'm more comfortable with leaving it as 7 councillors on MPC. But
Councilor Nyberg?
And I'm of the opinion that too, it takes a while to understand the role of being on the MPC. So that was where one of the things that I was, and not saying that we couldn't find somebody, a member at large that would be, I know different municipalities run different setups. Some have, only 3 councillors that would sit on MPC, but I think that causes some conflict as well. And I'm not saying this is perfect, but it's better than where we're at.
And everything has to go back to council anyhow.
It makes our council meeting so much longer.
That's what I said. It's both ways.
I'm very leery about changing anything on MPC. I found that the most controversial decisions made from the public are at MPC, not necessarily council motions. And I feel like people don't understand that the difference. They see it as just a counselor, and I think it kind of increases accountability of us.
Okay, no, I just,
Both roles.
again, brought up that it was brought up to me and I do due diligence in bringing that to this table.
And we do, so Counselor Stevens had made to appoint all counselors, number one. Not number, to appoint all counselors to the municipal.
We're all number one, guys.
The first one on the list there. And you got that, Michelle? Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Appointed chairman with a set term, call for nominations.
Nominate Mr. Nyberg, please.
Thank you, Counselor Gender. You accept that?
I do. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Gender.
Calling a second time. Calling a third time. Declare nominations closed. Counselor Swinger?
I will make the motion that we accept the appointment of James Nyberg as MPC chair.
Call the question, all in favor? And that's carried.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make the motion that we appoint Mr. Stevens as vice chair to the MPC.
You accept that? Yes. Calling the question a second time. Calling for nominations a third time. Declare nominations closed.
I'll make the motion that we appoint Mr. Stevens as vice chair to the MPC.
Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. 6.3 Assessment Review Board, page 26 of the package. This is the training's going to be involved in this one too, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know where the training is.
Training is offered online, this week as well. It is on November.
How long is the training good for?
Some of you have, to up before 2025. I'd have to look at the list again.
I think it's 2 years,
2 years?
because Sharon and I are.
Is it only two? Yeah, we did sit through that one other time, yeah.
Yeah.
Andrew, was this the one that I was supposed
I
to?
think you and I are due for training again, Larry.
Here's our current,
Oh, geez, I'm gonna ever bad.
If it's every 2 years, I may have to.
it's every 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah.
2020, there's one red on that list, but 2026 and
Yeah. We've got a couple that'll need to re-up here in, this year, in June of this year.
every three, okay, that's every three, so then that's why we're 2026. Because, yeah, we saw the appeals start right after that one, and saw how things were a little off on appeals.
So who's got the red mark on there?
Oh, me.
Could have been done and just not updated yet.
No, I haven't done it. I shared, I haven't done it. Probably I haven't done it. We haven't had, that's how long it's been since we've had a bloody,
Actually,
Don't say it. Don't say it.
actually, the
deadlines. So,
Telling me that, so we have to do this?
council is very secure, because we never even saw that bus come in and hit you.
yeah, yeah.
Run you over. Okay,
The last time Sharon and I did it in person, they wanted to sign us up as instructors, so.
And I would prefer to take it in person if I did.
I would too, because I do believe, we took it last time by video. didn't we?
No, I think we took it over at Red Deer
I'm
and,
not sure.
They're offering it in person anymore.
oh,
Because it was go through LPRT now.
Meeting of three.
Yeah.
oh, maybe we did.
We were quite frustrated.
I know I did.
Okay.
So for assessment review board, it's 4 counselors. And action required, appoint 4 counselors for the term ending October 20.
I want to, yeah, go ahead.
October.
I'll move that we reappoint Councilors Gender, Stevens, Nyberg, and Clark. And
Do we have to, we don't have to call, that's not nominations.
That's just,
We do?
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor?
Oh, okay.
That'd be carried.
I'll give you a motion to appoint the members at large.
They're all still available. Okay. Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? And that's carried. And appoint a chairperson.
I'll give you a motion to appoint Counselor Gender, if he accepts to be the chairperson. It's pretty hard work.
You never sat.
You accept it, Council Gender? Call the question, all in favor? That'd be carried.
I'll give you a motion to appoint Yvette Cassidy if she gets her training in, and Sharon Larson.
If we could add Michelle Hoover to that as well.
And Michelle Hoover, absolutely.
You have your training, Michelle? Okay.
Definitely was supposed to get my turn.
That's a very political answer.
The boss came again.
I know, whack, yeah.
Take it.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll call the question for the three, all in favor? And that would be carried. 6.5, Weed Control Act Appeal Board.
We do have the SDAB in the middle, but there is no action required for the SDAB. Simply a note that that's now delegated to the regional SDAB, and appointments are delegated to Parkland Community Planning Services.
It works. Yeah, we have.
Pardon me, I skipped one. It was 6.4 Subdivision Appeal Board, so, okay, we're good on that one.
Do we need a receipt for information or anything, or we're good?
Not for that one, honestly.
Now we'll go to 6.5, the Weed Control Act, page 28 of the package. It's all by members at large.
Yes.
And they're all still interested?
Stevens?
I'll move that we appoint Blake Chapman, Joe Gender, Harry Brook, Robert Brennan to our weed control.
Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Okay, 6.6 Pest Control Act Appeal Board, page 28. It's the members, also member at large.
Same roster.
I think one of them had Sherry on it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Cause she,
Leave Pest.
no, she did not want to sign up for our pest and weed.
really?
Yeah, I begged her.
That was
According to the list Quentin has, she is currently.
Because I saw her at Walmart the other day and she said that Quentin notified her about there could be a hearing and she was all excited about it.
I will double check in a minute.
Do we want to consent to these?
If I would be the one to say this to you, I do believe Mr. Brennan is not a member of Pest. I believe it is Sherry Beats.
Well, we've always appointed the same to both, so.
Mr. Brennan, I'm sure, was weed last year, so. Do we move past that as you're looking?
Yeah.
Let's just pop on it. I'll buy Andrew some time. Or are we?
Let's adjourn for lunch.
Well, I could swear the reef in before you adjourn.
Okay.
And we could have got through 6.7.
So I don't.
And we'd have been into rewards.
Ready to do an oath?
I guess.
I'm getting the headset tied through.
Michelle, do you mind taking one for the team?
I'm already not standing in her office for longer than a
I
second.
printed it off and had Elizabeth braid it to me so I wouldn't contaminate.
Big font for that. Justin. Pencil fish on it.
I, Lawrence Clark, solemnly swear and truly declare and affirm that I will honestly, faithfully, and to the best of my ability exercise the powers and duties according to the law, the office of Reeve for the County of Stettler, number 6.
Congratulations, I kill you. Oh, I put hand sanitizer all over it. So good.
Thank you. Okay, are you ready?
I'm ready to read.
You're ready now? We'll get through this section before we break the lunch.
Oh, no, sorry, I was saying I'm ready to recess.
Well, you're ready.
Yeah, I
I would appreciate a little bit more time.
You'd appreciate some time?
Yes.
We will,
A motion to recess.
all in favor?
Where are we?
Oh, yeah.
So weed control, we go back to weed control? Okay. So do we have to, you had a motion on it already.
Yeah, so the motion that passed is fine. We'll, I just asked for a second motion, also appointing Sri Neets to that board.
So is there 5?
Yes, and for these ones, the Weed Control Appeal Board Act, or the Weed Control Appeal Board and the Pest Control Appeal Board, both can have more members at large than sit on a panel. In fact, we want that so that we can find, because like the Pest Control Act, for example, I absolutely hate the appeal provisions because from receiving the appeal, you must have the appeal heard and decided within 5 days, 5 business days, yeah. So we need people so that we can assemble it more.
Okay, so we're back to the 6.5, the Weed Control Act. Councillor Stevens?
I'll move that we appoint Sri Neets to the Weed Control Act, or the Appeal Board, I guess.
Questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. Then 6.6, Pest Control Act Appeal Board. Councillor McKay?
Yeah, I'll move that, we appoint Mike Chapman, Joe Gender, Harry Brook, and Robert Brennan, and Shree too.
Okay, questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. 6.7, Stettler Regional Emergency Management Agency, page 28 of the package. So we need to appoint 2 councillors to the committee.
I'll make a motion that we appoint Councillor Stevens and Councillor McKay.
If anyone else is willing.
No, don't worry about it, just move on.
Oh, well, that's the.
I would happily step away from this one.
Is there anybody else, I was just teasing, is there anybody else that would like to be on here?
He's already on it, so I gotta step out of that question too, so.
Have you been in any?
Yeah. I mean, Clint runs the meeting quite well. It's not a ton of input. It's just, it always meets during the day, so it's,
Is
Ends
it a
up being-
necessity to have 2?
For the bylaw, yes.
And it's basically once a year, right?
I'd say Councillor Gender.
Yeah.
So I'll make a motion that we appoint Councillor Gender and Councillor McKay. Do you accept, gentlemen?
Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. Okay, then on to 7.
need an alternate.
Yes, we should.
Alternate none, it says,
So
but
we got 2, we have the mayor and the deputy mayor.
Reeve and Deputy.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry to insult you, gentlemen.
I prefer your majesty.
Yeah. Yeah.
Please don't, please.
Oh, yeah. Say your words with shades and everything.
You know that I'm mad at you when I call you your coach.
And we hear that, we go to other meetings and we hear that quite often.
I know.
I can't keep a straight face every time I hear it.
Advisory and external committees, page 30 of the package. The first one on the list is Battle River Research Group, page 30.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have a little discussion around this one. We just had the manager resign there. What's going on? What's happening?
They've got, they sent it out and now they've got applicants, so they're ready to do interviews here, I guess.
Who's doing the interviews?
Most of the board that sit on Battle River, so
So
primarily, and well, originally it could be just the chair and a few of the board members, and then when it comes back for the second round, it could be all board members.
Paul and maybe Dave to this end, can you guys sell me on the Battle River Research Group? I'm leaning to the fact that we don't appoint anybody and we step away financially on this. The reason I'm thinking about this is, we could do a number of different things with $10,000. We're facing a very, very tight budget. We're talking on our strategic plan about lowering our level of service because of you got two choices in this job. You can either raise taxes or lower services as the costs go up. Is this something that is benefiting us as a organization and or our ratepayers of the county of Stettler?
I believe that it benefits the ratepayers, because if we back out of it, Camrose backed out of this board, and they had quite a few farmers that wanted plots, but because of that, it's either at the cost of the farmer or cost of Battle River if you're a member of it. So I think that's beneficial, because I think we had 5 or 6 plots in the county of Stettler this year.
I don't think we had. Did we have any plots?
They were asked whether they had, no?
Councilor Brewer?
Yeah, we had none this year. I'd like to set as the chair or the representative for that. I had a plot for corn set up to be down by Pitchill Road, and I didn't get put on that board really, because the assistant really never really goes. But year before I was on there, we had a silage trail at Denelda, and the ones that did go to it, that was quite wow. Protein in different grains and stuff like that. It's just a farmer thing, but.
Mr. Chair, we have a seed cleaning plant right now that I think is fairly struggling. Would it not be more prudent for us to put and invest in our own community, take that $10,000 and give it to the seed cleaning plant versus that? And I'm not saying that I'm down there, but we have some hard decisions to make. So 2 things that would happen with this. Number 1, if we don't send a representative, we would send save the per diems. That would put money into our pocket. Plus, if we don't send a representative and pull the $10,000 out, we could give that money to the seed cleaning plant, which I truly believe would benefit our local farmers on a much greater value than what we're getting out of this. I was pro them. I used to sit on them, but I'm starting to see some less than stellar performance.
Councilor Stevens, then Councilor Brewer.
My question is to staff. At what point could we withdraw? Like our funding to this group is annually. When is that term up, I guess?
The end of the year, it's an annual contribution.
Yeah, so I would suggest that it would probably be that you would see the effect in the 2025 budget.
Okay. Councilor Brewer?
Yeah, I think we should have it, because I think I can get a decent plot, and there's a pile of corn goes in this county. And it'd be nice to know which varieties work best. They're gonna do a fertilizer thing, how much more it'll grow, how many more ton. I had a guy lined up to silage it and weigh it. And I think it's a benefit to the thing. I think that we're not in camera though, right? I can't talk about the seed content. The guy that they hired, all I can say is, I don't know if it's all cured yet.
Well, and that's what
Whoa.
that's what begs me to say that they may be in dire needs going forward.
Nothing to do with the money coming in. You come up here, he sold himself as though he runs a plant in Moyen. No. I told those guys that he was second. He doesn't know what a color sorter was. Come on. This day and age, everybody, I think I got a 12-year-old grandson that can run. So I think they got a few more problems there than just money.
Part of that could be training on different color sorters too, but that, I don't know. That's the last we heard from their board. They thought they had her.
Yeah. So, whatever, but we'll get it straightened out.
And Councilor Gender? 3 years ago, we had a plot put it on our own. And I'm not sure if it was hailed out, but it ended up being this, it just come on and mowed it down. So the plot that Mr. Grove was talking about, it could be a 1-year plot and then done also. I don't know whether it's gonna be longevity that you're really looking at benefiting the county from it. I have no idea.
Straits did have plots right.
Well, I think you gotta be aggressive to get in there, be aggressive to get a plot. it was out here for years, and farmers are a funny bunch. Wouldn't come to the day that we have it. But I caught Stan Natta and one other old guy in there checking out which one's the best, and all this. They like the information, but sometimes farmers can be hard heads, believe it or not.
Where are you at on this, Larry?
I was out here on, stretch line, right just the other side of,
maybe not use
Yeah,
unless you're.
it was on for years, like, I don't think there
for
was
years, it
no
was
confidentiality thing.
by the other side of by Terra,
They
on
had,
the railroad.
they had one for years, but the, like, the only thing I see on it, the fact being is when you see the amount of corn that's growing now, those studies gotta be done someplace. And we're seeing some pretty successful corn crops in our area, but it is like we are with the two, we've kind of got a bit of a crossing point that we have to make a decision on funding on a seed cleaning plant, and the other, I know we don't seem to get, naturally, we don't get the same amount of plots like that gets, but a lot of that is just sheer distance and ease of that staff trying to get as many as they can. But I think we probably see value, but I don't know if we see as much value as the municipality where it is at, eh? Councilor Stevens?
It's not that there isn't value in this that I see. It just, tough decisions have to come from somewhere when it comes to budget. I mean, everything we could cut, actually value in it. So I think we have, this is one of multiple tough questions we have coming up.
That's what's your thoughts? I'd like to know where you're.
Well, I agree, there's value in it, but I was just kind of curious, what does Flagstaff put in 10,000, the county? They do get a lot more plots there, and to me, we're not that far from Forestburg. I think that's a bit of an excuse.
I go to Forestburg on a regular basis to get my.
I'm the same distance from Forestburg as I am from Stettler, like, it's not that far. So, and they don't usually go to the south end of our county. But I was thinking, they could easily put something south of 12, once you get away south of 12, into the drier area of the county, so they could see what varieties work better in the drought. But,
Mr. Chairman, I think where I'd go with this then, and I think that we need to make the decision. I would make the offer that we give it up for 1 year and see how it goes. I think it will behoove them to come back to us and explain why they would want to have us back. I'm not saying they take advantage of us or take us for granted, but I am feeling that our budget needs to be a little bit adjusted. I think the money that we're spending can go better served into a different portion of our ag society or ag industry. We make the decisions where we put the money. So I'll make the motion that we take a year's hiatus from the Battle River Research Group. We don't appoint anybody, and the next council that sits here can evaluate that and go forward on it.
Councilor McKay, do you have anything else to say? You're kind of cut off there, but.
No, that's fine. I can appreciate everybody else's thoughts, though. I'm against it, but it's just my opinion, so.
Okay. Any other questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Are you in favor or opposed?
In favor.
In favor? Yeah, well, it's, I guess it's failed, so I think if we go one more year, we let our thoughts really clear on what's expected. And it maybe gives them a heads up right off the get-go too.
I'd like to make a motion that we go 50% of it in 1 year to give them kind of a heads up.
So, that'd be at a different council meeting. This is an organization meeting. So this would be the motion I made would be to drop it from our committees. Funding will come at a council meeting or at an Ag Service Board meetings. Sorry, Ernie, just to be clarified. But.
And that's going to discuss with them. It's the same.
ASB, maybe. Yeah, Sure.
And I think we have those conversations, it certainly gives them a year to be prepared for us to step off of it, because I think we'd leave them, possibly could leave them in a lurch too. So now we need a representative for the battle, or do we need a representative, or do we have them come in and talk to us a couple times?
I mean, so how many times a month or a year do they meet?
Quarterly.
5, 6, 5.
Yeah, it depends on the time of year. Usually in the summertime, they shy away from it because farmers are busy, whatever else. Winter times could be monthly. With the resignation of the manager there, it's gonna be a few extra meetings just to get a new person in place. So could be 6, 7 meetings a year.
So,
Let's just say roughly 1,400 plus travel, so a couple $1,000 a month or a year.
No, usually they're just mornings. They start in the morning, but usually dinner's included. So
It's travel time too, right? So I would think you put in for a full day per diem.
yes, you do, because you're out and about for 4 or 5 hours every time.
With mileage and 6 meetings, you'd be 2.
And sitting on it, Mr. McKay, do you think you could get like some of these boards, if we could have them come in and talk to us a couple times a year, do you think we need to be, I guess we're putting the 10,000 in, maybe we need somebody sitting there. But
If we're putting money there, I want somebody there, but I'd say,
more representation.
but I mean, they've come here multiple times and talked about doing different things, but there's a lot of talk, so. I guess I'm a little bit down on them right now in the fact that when it's nice to do and needs to do, and that's where I'm at on this, is in a good world when we've got all kinds of funding, it's something I can see doing, but that's 10,000 less that we'll be able to put towards the seed cleaning plant, I guess.
So discussion on chair,
just wrap.
Chair.
a rep on it, yeah, they picked their own chair, yeah.
I'd like to take a run at the rep so I can get something down here. Show you people what it is and stuff like that. This year, one of that corn would be right by the highway.
So I think you could do that without being the rep, Mr. Grover. I think,
I do lots of free stuff for.
but you are a member of the Battle River Research Group, are you not? When I sat on there, I used to buy a membership as well, so.
Usually, but I'd have more, I could get them more direction to make sure they put it in there. And we had it all lined up, had the guys lined up to seed it and everything else. But then I didn't have any input into it. But whatever you want guys decide to do, I don't care. I'd like to be the chair, I'd like to be set on the board and put input into what we're doing. I think get back to having a few plots and stuff down here. And if they're not going to, then we're out.
Okay, then I guess we should be out because they didn't put any plots in this year. I'm just saying, they told us they were gonna put plots in and they didn't, so that's where I'm at on it. And it'd be very facetious for me to now appoint someone or make a motion to appoint somebody to it.
I would just soon make a motion that we just drop it for this year, not having any representative on it.
And 2 motions on the.
We voted on that.
Yeah, you drop it completely?
Yes.
Well, we'll drop the.
Drop it, paying, but no
Oh, I
representative.
see. Oh.
Yeah, where do I go with that one?
Assuming it is substantively different than Mr. Nyberg's motion.
No, his motion is just not to send a representative.
We'd still.
And you had more to your motion, right?
My motion was just to see and strike it from the,
It's just to participate, and tell them to come here and get our message to them, and.
Yeah, so that would be fine. So that would be a motion to.
We have a Counselor,
all he said is he'd be interested.
He'd be interested in this.
Yeah, I think Counselor Gender's motion would be the only on the table at leaving the appointment vacant. for the until October 2025.
Questions, concerns on that? It would have to be clarification.
Just dropping it?
No, it would be dropping.
Just not sending a rep.
Bringing the board in.
We're gonna pay, but not send a rep.
And I think that would be a clear message to that board, like to that board though, too, that we don't feel, and it gives them the one more year period that if you're gonna participate, because you still hear about a county to the north of us that dropped and.
Well, we can, depending on what you decide, ultimately, if you decide to not send anyone, then we can definitely put that in a letter stating that, it's under review at the end of 2025, whether or not we'll participate in this one.
And that gives them notice as well.
Counselor Jenner?
We could also say that, being that budget's coming up, we could be looking at possible changes in finances for the amount of funding. So it'd be a double kind of set, okay? Whether we're gonna.
Well, it's still whether we send a rep or not, then we would have to send the other letter after.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of sending money to somebody, just send it and there, do it, put anything down here.
But I guess it would,
Your motion, Ernie, was what?
We're still funding, but no representative.
Bring no representation. Either ASB or council meeting.
Yes, they can bring down someone to.
and I think that might be typically if we send money, I would like to see a rep, but I think it would send a strong message saying, listen, see how they deal with us, come forward, either they step it up, or if they say, no, we're not going to, that.
It set the stage for
that.
Councilor Gilbert.
If we're sending $10,000, I'd like a rep to follow that 10,000. But unless, I don't know what the definition of partial member is, like Camrose. As a partial member, did they send $5,000 or what did they send? Like, if we're not gonna have a rep, I wouldn't want to give them 10, maybe 5 or something.
But we do have farmer reps, don't we?
Right, out of camera?
Yeah, but they don't do,
Rob Taylor used to sit on there.
Out east,
It's Kirkstone's.
by more area, I think.
So we have county representation.
If I made clear, Camrose, as it says here, is a partial member. They send a person there, the counselor, one of the counselors from County of Camrose wanted and tried to get Camrose Council back on to be a full member, but they shut it down just as
they
we're
don't do
discussing here.
anything in camera.
They don't do anything in Stettler. I'm just saying, that's where my problem is with this. There's.
I was on there, not last year, the year before, they had a silage thing up there, they cut it, weigh it, they have different.
Mr. Grover, I am fully aware of that, and that's my problem is that we still sent the same amount of money that year as we sent last year, or this year, however you want to call it, and we didn't get any.
Nothing happened.
The one thing they always did come to one meeting and present every year.
So does, I will say the Battle River Watershed Alliance also does, and we're not a member of them and we don't give them money. So I'm just saying, we have a number of these people that still do these things in hopes that they may get some of our funding.
Well, but when it does come to the corn and those pieces of the change crop, now there's mixed crops with they call, there's a special blend, a name for them, but it's turnips and all these other things that they're doing silage out of also. I think maybe there can be some value, but I do think we need to bring them, if they came in here, if you're giving them 10 grand, they could come here to 2 or 3 different meetings, present where they're at and what our expectations were, and we see where it goes from that point, because it is agriculture based, and we've stated we're agriculture county, and but we have to get value for it. So I think maybe.
And I've tried to promote it in my area to get some of my guys to just buy memberships and interested to go to the AGM, and they mostly say we get our information from, like most of these guys now, the bigger farmers, they're getting all their information from the reps, like the sales reps that are out there. They're doing trials, and I get it. It can be skewed a little bit. But at the same time, I I'm hard pressed to see the value right now. And maybe somebody else can change my mind, but I'm not.
Yeah, you just said a mouthful there, though. I know, we've had, those reps put a test strip against the other guys in our plot, never caught them out there hand picking weeds out of it, so that theirs would yield more. But then we have a test strip in the back that is their stuff too, and they don't know which one's which. And if they seen that, they didn't use that front plot, they used the back one. And theirs didn't yield as good as what they said.
So here's my comment to that, Mr. Grover. Why do we not know that?
Why did we not know that? That's just a common thing when it was here and up before I was on the board. They've been doing that test strip behind it.
I agree with you.
And-
As council, we should have been informed that that's going on.
So what it is, and it's right in their thing that they give you, it's it's not controlled by any big seed company. It's an actual test. And when they give you their speech in here, they went back to that a couple of times the last time they're here.
I didn't hear about the reps picking out weeds, so.
They call it roving. They've been,
Okay, we do have a motion and we can talk about the
you have a
funds.
motion to send the money, but not send it around.
I pulled up their annual report from 2023, and it says that they serve the counties of Flagstaff, Beaver, Stettler, and Pater. Their board has Don's president from Flagstaff, Sean Carbonell from Stettler, board member.
He's in paint.
Okay, so to the Stettler. Brian Zwack from Flagstaff, Brent Christensen from Holden, Stan from Pater, Dale Peterson from Beaver, Edwin LaFraud, Viking, Blair Kiefler from Forestburg, Kirk Sorensen from Stettler, Stuart McMahon from Galahad, Carl Bergstrom from Camrose, Terry Magnuson from Beaver, and Paul McCabe from Stettler. So there's only one person on the board. I don't know if he's counselor or a member at large, Dixon.
From where?
Cameras?
Yeah, he sits on the board, but they don't put nothing in, you don't get nothing.
Yeah.
I still get the information that everybody's.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, we have
Whatever.
a motion on the table that would be. Again, don't put a representative. Representation was. Call the question, all in favor? That's opposed is McKay, Grover, Stover. Carried.
So we'll have to get a letter out then.
Yeah.
Okay.
And, the other board members will chat. That's on that board, just basically.
So, to that note, if we decide later on, the bylaw that is there, we could appoint someone later on. If we have some sort of guarantee, some sort of commitment from them that they're going to do something different for us, we can appoint somebody at any time, right?
I would have to check into exactly what their terms are, but,
For the first meeting, and basically state where we're at, if that was requested, had it be just. From the start of the meeting.
If I remember correctly, we used to give them 7,000, 7,500. And then we went up to 10.
I think when I started, it was 5, and then it's escalated from that point. Because
We used to send 2 reps at one time too. That was god awful pricey because they didn't have quorum. So we were spending a lot of money sending 2 reps to give them a quorum.
further discussion with them, and I think, in all honesty, it's a group that size, it's fairer, and then we, for next year, could be a different thing at the table. Okay, we've got some Buffalo Lake Intermunicipal Development Plan Steering Committee, page 30. And meeting schedule at least once annually for a half-day meeting. Is that where it runs?
It's been quite a while. The next one actually got delayed. I think they're thinking now November before it meets.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make the motion that this stays the same. We move forward with it. On the off chance that they meet, I don't think this is going to be a showstopper.
And that's for representative and alternate.
Yep. For Mr. Stevens and Mr. Gender.
You're the alternate.
I guess I am, again, making pictures and up there.
It says representative council.
Oh, okay, sorry, yeah, that's my, sorry.
Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Buffalo Lake Management Team, page 31 of the package.
Mr. Chairman, again, stay with the same, that they seem to team up on that one, so.
And that is quarterly.
Yeah, it is roughly quarterly. This is another one where once the pumping gets sorted out, I would question the value. It's not a provincially recognized committee anymore. There's been a lot of conversations about the water stabilization and Gull Lake, their application, and trying to duplicate it. Once that's sorted out, I'm starting to question the value in this.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? Carried. 7.4, South Central Alberta Rate. Oh, that's a mouthful.
Was this not changed? What, the name got changed?
It's called South Central now.
It is now, was Central, okay.
And South Central Alberta Rural Municipalities Association Directors Committee, page 31 of the package. Can you, okay, sir, I guess I can see it. It's a Reeve, Deputy Reeve, and CAO.
We got to appoint the CEO.
We were,
The CEO is not actually appointed, but does it?
we have been,
Running it.
so we've had a couple more than the CAO. There are 2 to 3 people more meetings.
Although that should probably dial back now that we've got a feel for it.
Yeah.
You typically, I would suggest that you won't need to see both of that
And
9.
a 2-year window that is till into 2025.
We just need a.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
go ahead and move forward with this.
Questions, concerns, call the question, all in favor? Vote for your favor, Councilor Rowe.
Includes the past deputy Reeve being your alternate,
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's.
you're excluding that?
Okay, 7.5 committee of the whole with the star beside it, so we need to talk.
Yeah, so the only extra action we would add to this is simply to set the date, the recurring date, being the 4th Thursday of each month at 10 a.m. And as well, you do require appointing a chair. Currently, that is occupied by the.
I'll give you the motion to have these meetings the 4th Thursday of the month.
So to just speed this up, to clarify a little bit, should we just not actually require to appoint the chair, but have it part of this that the chair is automatically done up by the REIT?
We can add that to the procedural bylaw amendments we bring back, but
Okay.
entirely.
No, I wasn't sure where that happened.
Cow could be, but you could,
Yeah.
the deputy reeve always do cows, so the reeve could roll up to sleep. Lots of options. So
Which, that's what I like about how you roll your sleeves up regardless of where you're sitting, but anyhow, that. Okay, so we have a motion. Does that cover, did you cover it all?
It'll be all the same with the Reeve chairing it, yeah. And if he's not there, obviously deputy Reeve.
Call the question, all in favor?
Do we have to appoint the chair now, or they do it at?
I took that clarification as meaning you were adding
Yeah.
works
Yeah.
to your motion, date and chair.
Yeah.
Okay, fair with me. I'm good with that.
Okay, 7.6 County of Stettler Housing Authority, page 32. 3rd Thursday of every month.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm currently Mr. Grover and I sit on this. I think it's worked well for us in the past. And I hope somebody would give us the opportunity to continue. I think it's worked good for Mr. Grover and I. So. Unless Dave wants to step off, I don't.
Yeah, no, it'd be okay.
Yeah, I'll move that we appoint Councilors Grover and Nyberg. And Ernie, are you willing to stay as the alternate?
Sure, please.
And alternate Ernie Jenner.
Call question, all in favor? Carried.
I forgot to mention I'm also the chair of Ashland. I'm the
County of Stettler Land Use Bylaw and MDP Steering Committee, page 33.
Else, do you want to take this one too?
No, I'm kind of good.
No, as far as moving it forward.
Moving it forward, okay. Is this Nyberg? Yeah. Sure, I'll move that being you've started, that the 6 on there be reappointed.
And the members at large are
Mm-hmm.
all.
Yeah, the 3 and 3, yeah.
Okay, call the question, all in favor?
Considering we just got started, it'd probably be nice to see it through a little bit.
Change it now.
Village and Summer Village Intermunicipal Development Plan Committees, page 33. So it's the area councillor.
Municipal planning chair and the reef.
And alternate deputy reeve. Councillor Stevens.
We'll move that it remains the same as the Reeve, MPC chair, and area council.
Call the question, all in favor? Carried. 7.10 Parkland Community Planning Services. That's under.
Yes, first.
Oh,
And you forgot 7.
I skipped 7.9. 7.9 Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework Committees, page 34. And reps are 2, town 2, and then area councillor and Reeve.
I see I have a copy and paste issue under the action required. So we would be just looking to appoint these positions. This is talking about 3 reps to the intermunicipal development plan committees, which is inaccurate from the last one.
So I think it's Ernie and I that sit on there, isn't it? And then
It depends on which ICF. For the town, it's Ernie and the Reeve. For the villages, it's all the Reeve, with the deputy Reeve being the alternate.
Could that also be, like James has got a.
There's 2 area councilors for the town. That'd be Nyberg and Jenner and the reef.
and then in the other ones would.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll make a motion that we stay the same with this, Mr. Chair.
Call the question, all in favor? It's carried. Parkland Community Planning Services, 7.10, page 34.
We typically only meet twice a year on this one. We have been meeting a little bit more. Just, we're trying to figure out some budget issues that are coming up, but for the most part, it's straightforward. And it's done by Zoom, so no travel typically.
Councillor.
I'll move that Councillor Nyberg remain our rep on Parkland Planning.
Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Stettler Public Library, page 35.
Mr. Chairman, I will make the motion that we leave Councillor Stolberg there with members at large being Barbiano, Blake Chapman, Benjamin Oyette, and Jane Scottable.
Councillor Stevens.
I have a question. Does this need to be a recorded unanimous vote to meet the Library Act?
For some of the member at large appointees, and actually probably Councillor Sulberg as well. Of course, all of our votes are recorded, but this one just needs to be a 2/3 majority to reappoint anyone who has been there for 2 terms already.
And appoint it to October of 25 instead of 24.
Yep, thank you.
And so by doing
Oh,
this,
sorry, they are currently appointed till 2024. The action required is until 2025.
so by doing this, so we've also granted the approval for Council Stolberg to be on it longer than the term.
That term specifically comes from
That's
the
from
next
Parkland.
report.
Okay. Okay, so we got a question on the table, all in favor? Parkland Regional Library System, page 35 of the package.
So this one, Michelle, can you remind me what Parkland has requested?
Parkland has requested that if Mr. Stolberg is to continue on as the representative, that council also provides a letter approving his continued support as he's done over more than 9 years.
Councilmember?
I will make the motion that we appoint Mr. Stolberg and that we send a letter saying that we've done so. And we're okay with him staying on for an extended period of time, if Mr. Stolberg would like to do that.
We're here, I guess.
Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
And Chair, I should note that we would appoint the alternative is Councillor Stevens. Maybe I'll just make that as a separate motion.
Just to get it through, okay.
Okay with that, Mr. Stevens?
That's fine. Call the question, all in favor? Carried. 7.13, Physician Recruitment and Retention Committee.
Can I just quickly go back to Parkland while I'm thinking of it to administration? Is that going to be in the November agenda package, whether we approve their requisition request?
Yes,
Okay, thanks.
I guess with enough time, right? Yeah. It should be.
Okay, Physician Recruitment. Page 36. Can you?
Scroll up or down, whatever you want to call it.
Do you have an update about your previous meeting?
From Friday?
Yeah,
We're supposed to be getting minutes from that,
I haven't seen them.
which we haven't seen yet, but we will be, we fully acknowledge that meeting. It would be 2 reps from the town and the county. And
That's it then?
no, and then we would have to bring in reps from the other areas, but they would be responsible to participate in physician recruitment. And one member at large, was it?
Yeah, they talked about leaving the Stettler Hospital site manager off for a little while until we get some things sorted out. But they wanted the RPAP representation there. Byron will be leading this,
While we review if.
how the committee's working. Yeah.
Because it was actually suggested in that meeting that it become more like Stettler Waste or one of those where you have the other direction until we get through this crisis.
So, Mr. Chair, would this be one that we would just put on hold till we get like, we would basically not appoint anybody right now, but when they finally do make the,
It is coming. We're expecting to see these minutes, and then we're gonna have to pull the committee together and explain where the 2 main fundraisers are.
and I'm with that, but at the point that that new committee, whatever it may or may not be named or how it may be named, we could appoint somebody at that point in time.
Well, the only thing we do need, we know we're gonna need 2.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And so I think we could appoint ours, and then as far, like, that board appointed the member at large. So,
I think there's 2 more doctors that are hoping to come and visit in the very short term, this week or next week.
and there's rumors of a couple local, like, when I say locals, that are landed that are in Canada, that are looking to, which would become, so it could help us quite immensely. We did discuss Stettler needs doctors, and part of that, the one representative that's on there right now from the Board of Trade also represents Stettler needs doctors, and does a good job representing both. So it was to the point, but then it would have to get that group back together to work through how you bring other areas in, or because, it's discussed that we've got a lot of communities that benefit from our doctors that aren't are working on it right now, but I do think we still need 2 representatives and then have them work.
And I guess, and I'm not opposed to that, Mr. Chairman. I just wondered if you still be the contact for now. When this gets appointed, then we have those 2? I mean, because right now we don't have a committee.
When we have that next meeting, I want to have that other person sitting at the table too.
Okay.
I think we should be ready to go.
Okay, so this one's going to be an odd one, I guess, because we don't know what actually were we just going to call it the physician committee?
I think
For now?
we're looking at trying to get our community partners, like the villages and summer villages, to participate. Stellar Waste Authority, it's not a bad thing to look at setting something up like that, because the only people we answer to are the members of that board. We don't have to turn our financial statements into the government or anything like that. And then come up with a funding formula. The town of Stettler suggests that the chair of this board alternate between the town and the county, like the housing authority and Stettler Waste and Stettler Ambulance. But what we don't want to lose is some momentum. And so there are doctors there. The incentives for the town and the county are there. So we want to keep going with the momentum and then try and get this into play.
So do we use this name then?
Yeah, I think if anything, the other would change, it would be revised. You know, like if it was healthcare professionals before, what do we call them now? What you got up?
Physician Recruitment and Retention Committee.
So I'll make the motion that, is this a voted on or is it an appointment?
At a point, they were looking for,
Okay, I'd like to make the motion that we appoint Mr. Clark and Mr. Stevens to this. You guys are currently have the lead on this right now, and I think we'd like to keep it going that way. Are you guys okay with that?
We need to get it fixed, and it's just, that was the first one, and we gotta bring up more people to the table and get it rolling.
However, whatever you call that, when you're done.
I think it'll be, I either have doctor or physician in it.
Fair enough.
Okay, I have questions. You mentioned earlier that you're going to have 2 members. Does that mean Mr. Stevens would be bumped up from the alternate position to both? And then you need to also
That's
do
what I
it.
have it as.
Same as 2 members, so.
Okay, and then are you also selecting an alternate in that same motion or doing that separately?
Mr. Stolberg, would you like to be the alternate on that? You're kind of light on your duties.
Well, I was just lighting on the radar here. Oh,
I know you were, so I'd like to make the motion, the alternate.
Yes.
Question, all in favor? Opposed? Councilor Grover is opposed. County, 7.14, County of Stettler Recreation Board, page 37. We've got 1 representative, 1 alternate. Councilor Nyberg.
I'd like to make the motion that we continue down this same path, Mr. Stevens and Mr. McKay, if they're both willing to step up.
Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Red Deer River Municipal Users Group, 715, page 37.
How much money do we give these guys?
2 something per capita, it's not much.
Yeah, it's under 15,000.
They said-
But that's need to be.
I don't know if we have a choice, given the nature of Shirley.
Okay.
Oh, a lot of them off of it, yeah.
and we pull it off of Henry Kruger out of the south as well.
Again, getting back to this one, are we getting the information back that we need to get back on this one?
Well, you read your things.
Read which things are those, Mr. Grover?
Oh, like, Arden Dam and all that, I put it in the last one I was down there. How high it's gonna be, what cubic meters it's gonna hold, all the rest of it. I'd like to see that dam go, I don't care. Because it would be quite a boost. If you wanna pump water into the Lake Buffalo, Blue, you'd be better to pump it out of a dam. Then you're not taking so much out of the river. And irrigation, and then maybe if you want to float a boat, you can back up to there and actually put it in the water. Right now, I can't get my boat into Buffalo Lake at all. no one else can unless it's a little guy. Or they have a dock there. I know on a piece of land. Right now, it's not really friendly user. Or user friendly, whatever you want to do. Now,
The height of the lake is the same height as what it was back in the early 70s when we used to go up there.
now it's hard to get out there and use the water.
But with this too, we need to rep on there for Shirley McCall in the north.
Is that, where's the meetings at?
From Heller,
So would it be more advantageous to send a rep that's closer?
No. It's my one whole boundary, that Red Deer River. I think it's, now I got the Google map thing figured out, whatever.
I'm just thinking as far as having it, I mean, Mr. Stolberg's closer, right?
Really? I don't think so. It's just that I actually use Red Deer River water and my whole area is hooked to it. But it's important to me for sure, but.
It's important that what
I'd nominate Mr. Stolberg for this position. So.
On the table.
I know, I'd like to have a vote on it.
I would nominate Abe, because he sat on it for a long time.
Thank you, you gotta wake up.
Any other nominations?
This should be right.
Third time too.
Third time any other nomination?
Can't get away without having a vote.
Nominations.
Opposed?
Put your papers to waste, I guess.
Hard candy or something, right?
Yeah, make sure there's nothing in the voting box ahead of time.
wasn't last year's vote.
Yeah.
I'll send Andrew so I don't back you off.
Although the two of you being together.
Yeah.
Don't let Andrew fool you, he is catching it as well. I'm gonna bubble wrap myself and saran wrap my door pretty soon here.
Only eat a bottle of vitamin C and then.
My legs are a little wobbly from last night.
Just don't
Playing hockey. And
Don't tell everybody what you feel like.
Where'd you play at Big Valley?
Oh, no, here.
And as the years become along a little more, James, just a heads up, they wobble more.
Well, you know, the nice thing is that our team stayed pretty much the same, so they've all kind of got slower, so I'm.
All wobble the same.
Gravelands.
So the result is that Les is elected. So we do need a motion confirming that that is the result of the vote. It's not a motion or a vote confirming that you agree with it, simply that you trust administration's declaration.
I'll give you that motion, Mr.
I need to know whether they used tabulators or this was a hand count or something.
Call the question.
Bill 20 won't let us use them anymore.
Do you need a recount?
Yeah.
Opposed? Counselor Dorr, opposed?
Uh,
You don't think they counted right?
I might have to recount.
I can have to count seven.
I just want to make.
Okay, Shirley McClellan Regional Water Services Commission, page 38. Okay, Council Stevens?
I'll move that we stick with the current representative and alternate.
Call the question, all in favor?
I was just gonna ask a question.
Okay, sorry.
I'm not questioning the motion, but I always thought it was the Reeve and deputy Reeve, but it's the Reeve and a council? Or how does this work?
It used to be the
Yeah.
reeve and the deputy reeve, and then I think we kind of got away from that last year.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
moved to naming by name, not position.
And then I think the past one was if we had a previous reeve, would that?
Yeah, I think at the beginning of the term, we had Reeve and Deputy Reeve. And with the alternate being the past.
You needed to use this better, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that kind of explains
Okay
it.
with that?
I would be hesitant based on our earlier discussion to name the position Reeve and Deputy Reeve, because you would lose an option as an alternate, the way we made it earlier.
Yeah, right,
Deputy is kind of de facto alternate.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I follow the reasoning.
And this committee's just about gone since then.
As soon as we get these other two sections built.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It,
But don't you
it's hard to
said,
get them all together.
We'll still have to set the
Fees.
financial fees and the allotments, et cetera, but we'll have that main allocation called out when we're done both Roseland and
Yeah.
the special areas.
Might drop down to annual or.
Yeah. We've gotten it now to the point where a lot of them we do from the office typically, but we do them by video or on Zoom.
Yeah, we used to alternate between here and Paintearth just to give the guys from way out east a little bit of a driving break, but Zoom does a better job of giving everybody driving breaks.
There is some logic to my motion. I was hoping with Shirley in negotiations with Denelda that having Paul there, might be a nice bridge.
Is it bridge ball?
Could be a deep sewer, it could be a deep sewer here,
arm wrestling, Paul?
not really.
7.1 Stettler Airport Committee. That is page.
Did you vote on that one?
Yeah, we did.
We voted as Mr. Stolberg indicated.
Yeah, I kind of figured it out.
Yeah, but we did vote and then Mr.
It passed.
Yeah.
Okay, Stettler Airport Committee, 7.17, page 38.
And I don't know if we meet that time, and it's actually that many times a year, but 6 is typical, and it's usually lunchtime. So lunch meetings. Other
Constable.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
So the motion is to keep Councillor Nyberg as the scapegoat, representative.
Thanks, Ernie. Thanks a lot.
And is there, though there's no alternates strictly, okay. Call the question, all in favor?
So it's really, it's an advisory position. It's a liaison. We vote, but I don't think it matters.
Opposed? Were you in favor or opposed, Councilor?
Who already voted?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh.
James, we're used to you getting run over with the bus.
Thanks for that.
Okay, 7.18 Stettler Board of Trade, page 38.
So again, Mr. Chairman, I think it's myself, a liaison position. I don't go to 10 to 12 meetings a year. I do forward the minutes as I get them. This is very much similar to the airport in the fact that it's a arm's length of the council or meetings anyways.
Councilor McKee,
I'll move that it stays the same.
call the question, all in favor? Carried. Stettler Community Economic Development Committee, page 39. This is also tied to the Board of Trade? Or is it part and part?
It's the same.
Do we need?
This one, and I don't know if you've continued to be invited for a while there. The town has this is a subcommittee of the town. It's their sort of community development committee. And when some larger projects of regional interest have come up, they've asked for somebody from our council to discuss with them, but it is a advisory committee only.
And I haven't, it's an as invited and I haven't been invited. Well, I don't think they've had anything major for a long time.
And with it being in conjunction of Board of Trade, do we still need to?
we can, if council is comfortable with the Board of Trade representative attending the economic development meetings by invitation, then I think it's perfectly fine to leave it at that, and we can strike this from the committee list.
I'll move that we strike this from the committee list.
Call the question, all in favor? Okay, Stettler District Ambulance Association, page 39 of the package. Two representatives. Councilor Schubert,
I'll make the motion, the appointments stay the same.
call the question, all in favor? Opposed?
I'll go with same.
All in favor? Seven point two one, Stettler District Family and Community Support Services, page 40 of the package. Councilor Gender,
And say the same, please.
everybody's okay with that? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. 7.22, Stettler Health Services Foundation and Stettler Hospital Facility Committee. Is that, are they all phrased like that?
That's what we got a few years ago when we asked councils to put forward all your committee names, so.
So, Mr. Chair, this is another one of those ones that I'm not 100% that we send a foundation or we send a rep. This is one that they can just send us the information back. I don't think we have much that we add to this anyways. So we show them support by going to their banquet. But I mean, I'm not sure we're doing a lot on them.
You don't think, the county don't get, you don't get much decision making made there, it's already made.
And we don't send any money.
And we don't send any money, but we also, it's more the hospital, that's who should be making the decision on that. Not us.
I agree with that. I would say that this probably warrants a letter just explaining, just because we are not sending a rep doesn't mean we don't support your cause and your foundation.
Everybody supports it. But we-
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get out before I was interrupted. So I'll make the motion that we strike this from our committees and send a letter to the Health Foundation.
Councilor Gender, are you okay with not having?
Weeks of that, but a year.
Is this in relation to the special lights?
It is.
Yeah.
That's them.
So we do.
Yeah, we support them.
2 days.
Well, I think we support it.
We do
Like
other.
the farmer's appreciation, like we buy 2 tables of.
Buy a couple of tables.
Yeah, we can go to the Farmers Appreciation without sending a rep to every Rotary meeting?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It can be done.
They've tried to get us there, believe me, and we've got it.
Yeah,
Okay, we got a question on the table, call the question, all in favor?
We have some time constraints.
Red tape reduction.
7
I'm kind of into this, right?
7.23, Stettler and Municipal Development Plan Joint Committee, page 41.
Unfortunately, we need this committee probably for another year.
We're almost there. We're
Yeah,
getting
we're getting close, yeah.
That the bylaw does mandate that it sticks around, and I'm sure the updated one will as well.
And it's the surrounding counselors, so
Yeah.
we need a motion for that one.
Yeah.
Councilman Tate,
I'll move that it stays the same.
call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Stettler Regional Fire Department Advisory Committee, page 41.
Now, this is gonna change too as well a little bit, or no?
The makeup should be the same. We haven't formally gotten into the details of the Fire Advisory Committee because we need to get into the details of the updated agreements with the villages and summer villages. But I think it's been our anticipation, or at least administration's anticipation, that the structure would stay the same. The new agreement with the town did expand a little bit of what we ask of the advisory committee. We do ask them to make recommendations back to the councils now. Before it was kind of a one-way street of information. So for example, workshop, they would be the committee of the whole for fire policies, right? And then they would submit the fire policies to each council for approval.
And prior, it kind of linked it to Stettler Waste because of
Timing.
timing for the two.
I'll make the
But
motion.
it stays the same, Mr. Chairman.
I was just gonna say, I don't think that that will necessarily be the intent or to stay the same. So certainly it doesn't need to be linked.
So then we have that other committee, the fire negotiation committee, I don't know what else you call it. And they're gonna have to reconvene too, right? So I don't know if you wanna.
I think we wanted to keep it separate from these guys.
Yeah,
though. I
if
think
you
that was
wanna-
And to get this back when we're sitting down dealing with the summer villages and stuff. Villages. Counselor.
So do we rename it, okay, is it still Stettler Regional Fire Chief and Deputy Fire Chief, or are we renaming that?
It would be regional fire chief, probably maybe the county fire chief.
Regional
Fire chief. Pardon me?
The manager of
Yeah.
regional fire
Well,
services.
it's such a stupid name.
That is an outdated paragraph from a few years ago now, so.
So there'd be 3 of them listed there then?
Yeah, it will be whatever administrative support the committee asks for, honestly.
Thank you.
I would think I'll be going to the first couple sessions for sure, based on what, how it gets set up because of past. Councilor McKay?
Yeah, in the members there, it says Stettler Regional Fire Chief and Deputy Fire Chief. Shouldn't that be the County Fire Chief, Stettler? And
Yeah, that's probably how, but that'll have to change when it gets changed. right?
I just want a clarification.
That'll be points to change.
Yeah, they've got me listed there, and they should probably have Leanne listed there also.
We had a motion for both. Yeah, if that's, we have to handle both it and Stettler Waste separately.
Yeah, I would just have
Well, I'll
a
make a motion that these guys go forward with this. I think they would represent us well.
Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Stettler Seed Killing Plant number 1 limited, page 41.
Council Chief is the one that we do not send any appointments anymore to. But it is also one, the amount that we have been funding, so they can, for the appointment that we directly fund it to them, and then we have them bring a report on request or city quarterly.
We don't really have a voting member there anyways.
If you're open to a friendly amendment of holding back any increased financial contributions. I think we had a discussion about a one-time top up, I think it was last month, to help them get on their feet. Hopeful for the best, but I'd like to see how they do in the next year before we make any further financial commitments or increase.
I think, Mr. Gender, if I can understand what you're saying, that money would be freed up in the budget if we decide to give them more money. Is that what I'm hearing, Frank?
For the amount that we were paying, say like representative, put that over to them.
We could.
You're not saying that's in your motion today.
No.
You're just saying we could, yeah. That's where I'm getting that from Mr. Stevens, yeah. That's a budget issue.
Because it is one that all the board members are being paid nothing on it. So it's gonna cost someone in order to make any, put together any reports, but budget time.
I don't stay on it, but whatever the council decides to keep an eye on it till it gets up and running.
I guess my motion would be to drop the.
Andrew? So,
Yeah.
that motion, is there any other?
Just a comment. If we do that, I would like to see them come in to, like they did, present direct then to ASB. Because the money is coming out of ASB, and I think it's important that we stay in touch with them.
So Council Gender said quarterly, is that?
Well, he said reporting quarterly, but I'd like at least one in person.
Yes,
And
that's what I'm looking at, okay, I would just soon see them come in quarterly. make a verbal presentation, then we can also ask them any questions, whatever staff or future.
So, Mr. Chair, what do we get,
We just, we gave them, the usual $3,000 and we gave them a $10,000 grant.
And what do we give to the Ag Society?
$7,500.
so we're giving the Ag Society more money and we don't send a rep, so just a thought.
I'm sure you give them
2,000, and this year we gave them 10.
but
I think to ask them to come in quarterly and present is a little, that's tough.
Yeah.
Annual. we
Yeah,
can-
do an annual update. I think they do an annual update, just like we have FCSS come in, we have the library come in. They all present to us. There's no reason these guys couldn't do the same thing.
And they have to have audited books and everything, so.
Well, they're
now
auditor
they-
comments, I think, which is fine, but,
Councilor Irwin?
Well, they got audited, that's why they got caught with what deal was there. But yeah, no, I don't, it don't matter to me whether go or don't go, but I think somebody should be there to keep an eye on that for a year till you get it back up running. As soon as it went to the auditor, it was found, and then, I went to that, and between that and the accountant, they dealt with it, got some of the money back. You don't have anybody sitting there keeping an eye on it. I don't know, it's entirely up to the voting public here, but I would like to stay on there. I think it's money well spent.
Councilor
Up to
Bennett?
everybody.
On the table. You've got that, Michelle? Okay. Call a question, all in favor? Opposed? No, no. You're opposed?
Yeah, I would like to hold off
4 in favor.
one more year. That actually made sense
Councilor
to me.
Stevens, Councilor McCain, Councilor Irwin, opposed, carried.
so no representation,
Yeah.
just get them to present once a year.
And if they have a meeting and they would like to send us their minutes to the meeting, that'd be great. You can add it into the Ag Service Board minutes.
The last 2 meetings they didn't, now they're going to start having the minutes. But before that, it was the Old Boys Club, Farmer Club. And they do this, and I said, you guys can't do that. You gotta have something that, we did this, we did that, we cleaned so many bushel, all that. That's the way we've done it for years, and now a new batch of young fellas are doing it. And they just need a little training on how to do it.
Which that can be sent in a request when they come in to what our expectations to see are. Okay,
We're down 7.7.
What are we doing with it?
Yes.
Huh?
We voted on it and that there's three opposed.
Yeah, so there's no representation.
A letter to them that we set up a schedule, they come in.
Invite them for an annual delegation and extend an offer that we would publish their minutes as part of our egg service package.
7.27, Stettler Waste Management Authority, page 42 of the package.
Just one.
Did you miss one?
You just
About went to the, I'm just, yeah, Stettler Town and Country Museum. It's hard to see that.
You get out of here on Thursday,
Councilor Stevens?
I'll move that we appoint Councillor Stuhlberg as the rep and Councillor Gender as the alternate.
Councilor Stolberg, are you okay with that?
I am.
Questions? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
And Stettler Waste Management Authority, page 42. We've got,
Forget to mention that part. You have a meeting at
just wait, you can go through this. So,
You thought you were busy.
Okay. Stettler,
Waste Management Authority.
everybody,
Back to the table just for a minute.
We're almost there, guys. You can hold it together. You want to take them out, beat them later.
current is Councilman Kane, Councilman.
I don't see there needs to be a change. These guys seem to be able to handle it for the most part. They,
Still good for the alternate?
I think they've figured it out now, so we might as well leave them there.
Call the question, all in favor?
That's carried.
FCM Annual Conference. It is in Ottawa, 2025.
Did we not have a schedule of who was supposed to go to that?
Because we started off in COVID.
Yeah.
We didn't know what.
But Ernie, you went to the first one previous of this term. What's that?
Going to read it.
You went to Regina. Anybody go with you? Okay, and then we went into COVID and they didn't have one, and then everybody went last year.
And that was, if that was the example, that was.
Or, yeah.
That was the first one I've ever been to. And when they went to where you decide where you want to go, I picked Ottawa. I went down here because everybody's going, that's fine, but it was an absolute poorest one I've ever been to or heard of.
Did everybody else fill out the survey for FCM? I filled out the survey and I told them that I thought the venue sucked, the breakout sessions sucked. Like, the theme of my reply was sucked, because it sucked.
And even, like, we stayed for the closing banquet, and it
Sucked.
all I could. I wish I'd been on the road home.
Somebody's missing a pigeon and they split it up for ways, people.
And then even their entertainment coming, what's kind of known as a country music area, and it was just, wow.
I just have to ask James, did the city suck too? Because we were under threat of having no water too at the time that we were there, so.
Well, I'll be honest, my hotel had water, I was okay.
I did.
I mean, city driving at the best of times sucks, because
Well, we have one name up that wants Ottawa.
I had to hang up when we first, when the first time.
This may strike you as the stereotypical rural Albertan opinion, but kind of feel like our voice is pretty diluted at these sorts of things in Ottawa. I question the value. We can say whatever we want, but
yeah,
It's tied to FCM though. Whatever FCM, like, we do have a strong voice at FCM. Do we have a strong voice?
Alberta used to have the highest percentage of any province.
Does anybody else have a burning desire to go to Ottawa? Ernie?
They used to, wouldn't mind it.
Okay. Paul, would you like to go to Ottawa?
I'm out. It's just a busy time.
Larry?
That time of year, I could quite comfortably be in Gatsby.
Yeah.
Mr. Stevens?
I've been to FCM in Ottawa, so I'll let someone else go.
I'm of the opinion that I would go either way. I don't know what to say on this one. So is it budgetary wise, where are we at on that event? Or is it in the budget or not? Because
I think we budget for 2 to go. Yeah.
But we didn't send to,
Yeah, we didn't send any for,
and Calgary was pretty reasonable. So I don't mind, like in this case, I don't care if we have 3 go, keep an eye out for.
it doesn't cost us, like, I guess the registration fees are what we're out.
So can we leave this with it? If anybody, I mean, if we sent the entire contingency, we would probably be okay, but can we leave this with the fact that it's in the budget, so that if anybody wants to go, contact Michelle? Okay,
I was just supposed to be in, we were in front of the apartment buildings, but there is, no.
Construction.
The police, no.
Somebody tried to kill somebody.
the police wouldn't let you leave the convoy?
We literally had to drive around, we could not park and go and see it. I wanted a decent picture by that little burning fountain. Couldn't get that.
well, I mean, I have been there too with Les, and there's some phenomenal different museums in Ottawa that are great to see, but the one that I always, it's you go to the Supreme Court. I actually got to sit there when they were sitting, which was very cool because the judges had came out. I don't know what decision they were making or what they were deliberating on, but it was very cool. They came out in their robes and you got to see And they were sitting actually with, so it must have been something serious. They had 5 judges sit. I mean, and I got to go back when the Parliament was sitting too as well, so I got to sit in to see how, as it were, the big boys play. And hopefully, God willing, in May that we have a different government.
Watch, do you think you call them the big boys? It doesn't seem, we watch it, it just look very big.
Well, it doesn't seem very mature.
But, no,
So is that okay, gentlemen? I'll make the motion that we leave it up to individuals to decide whether they go, and when's the deadline that we need to know by, Michelle?
By end of January would be the best in order to get
If you put
registered.
a note in your calendar just to send out at that point, and then
I'd be more comfortable if you were open to putting a maximum number of counselors.
yeah, I think we only got,
I may go, and max would be 4, we would go, because I think Paul's out, you're out, so. And, or 3, Larry's in or out? Okay, and I'm just a maybe, that's all. So I'll go with a maximum 3, 2, whatever. More than likely 2, because
okay, that motion, call the question, all in favor? Carried. Destruction of ballots,
I'll give you a motion to destroy the ballots painfully without prejudice.
call the question, all in favor? Carried. And number 10, adjournment. Councilor Grover, adjournment, all in favor?